All right, good morning, everybody. We're in the verse. We're in the verse. We'll see how that plays out. I'm just really looking forward to flying my ship, any ship. Of course, this is the only one I really geared out, so. Bop over to Hurston and shoot some ships and maybe do some bunkers and just try and relax. There's a whole crap ton of corpses in Grimhex. There was red hostile ships outside Grimhex. Felt a little bit like the Grimhex of old. I suspect there's extra activity in Grimhex because of the Hathor stuff. Certainly interesting. Good morning, Glitch. How you doing, man? Man, I am physically worn out today. We did a bunch of garden stuff yesterday. Of course, I went and picked up a lawnmower first thing in the morning and started to try and tame the lawn because somebody stole my lawnmower 6 months ago, and we hadn't been able to get a replacement until now. And of course, it started to get warm, so the lawn was starting to get jungle-like. Anyway, so I get started and stop and take a break, and then got ready to start it again, and couldn't get the thing to start, and I'm pulling on it 4 or 5 times, and the frickin' the little clutch for the starter wheel, you know, on the pull cord just stopped working. So the guy that I got the mower from is going to have a look at it, and we're going to sort that out. But we went from that to, I don't know, 3 hours of hauling compost and soil and everything else around on the deck, which doesn't sound like a lot of work when I say it, but man, being old and out of shape, nothing is easy. Nothing. But it was a good day. I am feeling it today, though. We are slow movers. All right. I did remember this morning to tighten up the screws. There was a couple of loose bolts on my pedals, so I got them all maintained this morning and everything snugged up. Oh, I didn't change the game. Shame on me. Shame on me. Thank you for pointing that out. I probably wouldn't have noticed all day. Twitch didn't believe that I was in Star Citizen, right? They're like, what? No way. Yes, things sometimes do revert. Not today, though. Today I just didn't do it. Totally forgot to change it. But yes, Twitch is twitchy. All right, let's go set our hospital here. Wishful thinking. I've got a whole list of names in my ship's comms channel. Why, CIG, please? These kinds of things that linger, patch after patch after patch after patch after patch, these concern me. Whatever, right? Doesn't really matter. Just, it would be nice if what we were being told by the game is what was actually true. It would be nice. Hey, what's up, Firewolf? It's they're for some reason they're being shown as active in the comms channel. I don't actually see them active in chat, but or they just logged in and got added to the comms channel. I don't know, but it's displaying stuff that's not for my ship, even though it's labeled for my ship. You know, it's that kind of weirdness that's just. Come on, CIG. This is the kind of thing that should be. It should have been polished off like the very first time that somebody realized it was wrong. There's all the sprinters. There was our container hole. There it is. Container hole. I can't believe CIG still hasn't fixed this. And I know what they would say. They would say, well, you know, this is a placeholder Everest station. There's no point in spending a lot of time trying to sort things out here, because eventually that station will be replaced with an actual live station. So just suck it up.
Attention, emergency staff. Got an accident inbound. It's a pretty big one, so team stand by. Guests are not allowed in the staff lounge. Thank you.
Medical concerns got you worried?
And they haven't fixed this yet either. It's not refreshing the screen until you reload the screen.
Already taking an important step on the road to
Whatever, man. Whatever.
it's about being your best.
Right, there are other locations, but the one at Everest in particular has been a problem for years and years and years. And a lot of them have been fixed. Like, there were actually a lot of Grimhex holes, right? A lot of those got sorted when they remodeled Grimhex. There it was again. It's just irritating to me because there have to have been a lot of reports and repros on this one. And for it to just be ignored time after time after time after time is just one of those things. It can't be hard to fix. So, you know, they tell us this is a live service now. Why aren't they just addressing some of these things? Hey, what's up, Jay? Good morning, 07s. Can I have an elevator, please? Funny because it's true. That is probably a glitch. They're like, well, that doesn't happen on our internal test servers, so we're not going to worry about that. Who cares?
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System. Your vehicle has been delivered to the... Please visit us again. Goodbye.
It all is what it is, right? Let's go and blow up a spaceship. Neutralize outlaw incursion. Elusive bounty. We'll do some distribution center stuff. We'll do a ship thing. Illegal occupants. We'll go ahead and hit that bunker too. Entrenched bounty. That's also at a bunker. So's this one. Also at a bunker. All right. We got stuff to do. Only one ship to destroy right now, but it's a start. Hey, good morning, Cad. Good to see you. Make headway on your up. Recently got the Hull C. Still trying to figure out how to fly that thing. Man, that thing is so big. I'll probably do some hauling here sometime soon. I want to get back to getting my reps sorted out because I want to be able to do the big Hull C hauling missions across the solar system, right? Because they pay well. And it's kind of, in a way, it's the epitome of the space trucking. You know, load the big boy up, carry it all the way across the solar system, offload, get paid. All right. You know, I didn't see Call to Arms. Yeah. I don't see... Oh, I got to do the Wicklow thing. We'll do that in a little while. What is this? Oh, the Tundra Copian Horns. I'll have to visit Wicklow a little later. Can take a while to populate. I guess that's not really shocking. You've got me locked into the station, don't you? Piece of crap. Navigation system continues to be terrible. Tundracopian are effectively extinct. I can only imagine. That's not the kind of mission that I would generally take anyway. It's like, go to an area and massacre animals. No. No. Probably not going to do that. You changed which mission I'm tracking, CIG. Please stop doing that. That's not the one either. Oh, there he is. I probably should pay attention. I didn't even get any kind of alert. Come on. Maybe my game audio is low. No desync. That's nice to see. Everything looks pretty good. Why is that ship flying around with its wings folded? I really wish they would fix those animation issues too. Ugh. Arg! What's he doing? A lot of nothing? My aim is subpar for sure. Not nearly enough stick time in the last couple of weeks. You're too far away there, bro. Get a little bit closer. You're dead. All right, I guess that was all of them. Spawn in the same places as the Boreal Space Cows. The Grazers. They also both spawn not in the actual fucking tundra. Imagine. Yeah, I mean, it's just, you know, the muscle memory's there. It's just, it's not smooth. It's been a while. We're rusty. Definitely rusty. Look for the brown ground that actually touches the tundra and snow. Whatever, man. That sounds totally like CIG. Hey, look, we got these tundra copian, but we're gonna put them in the subtemperate zones instead of the tundra. None of that's exactly the right words, but that does sound like CIG. Shield Maiden is asking me if I checked on the plants. Grassy cows, yeah. Like I said, that sounds like CIG, right? It's those kinds of basic low-hanging fruit that should have been sorted out immediately, and they just don't seem to get it. You have reverted me to another mission yet again. This game. I think temperate. I think. Yeah. Pink Floyd does seem to fit really well. This particular track, definitely apropos to CIG. Dark Side of the Moon, yeah, the whole album would be a good choice for SC. Why is it so fucking dark? Where's my target? I have no idea what all that flickering on the HUD is. Of course, I don't even see it on the stream, so maybe you guys aren't seeing it. It's like it's trying to target friendlies because they were blue. Still haven't fixed the range thing. Well, that's good to know. We got a little bit of jank there. Why'd that other one disappear? Did he crash into the ground? Oh, now he's back. Hello, Bucky. Come on. Get on the pip. Alright, where'd you go? Because I saw you. Where you at, bird? He's like trying to do donuts right around me. Oh my god, there's some jank. Not sure why we keep getting target deselect. Jank. Again. Did he? I guess we killed him. Hey, what's up, Tommy Chaos? Good to see you, man. Sorry, I was deep in the thrall of combat. Super 5. Gunbringer, good to see you. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate it, man. Constant. Yeah, well, I mean, you know, I have not had it anywhere near enough stick time in the last couple of weeks. Today's been okay. We got a little bit of jank in that exchange there, but I haven't been playing long yet today. So I can't complain too much. I see that the hostiles are out and about. Global chat was talking about trouble at Checkmate. So there was some friction at Checkmate. And when I left Grimhex, there were 2 reds flying around that buzzed me. Yeah, I wasn't going to take the 2v1 with no real stick time recently. So they chased me. I turned around. I blew by them and lost them. Or they found a tastier target, I don't know. I just wanted to get some stick time in today and get on the ground and kill some baddies. No, they were players. There was an arrow and I think the other one was a hornet flying around and harassing people at Grimhex, which, you know, it's Grimhex. I think that we're seeing a lot more activity in Grimhex right now because of people being in Crusader because of the Hathor stuff. So it was interesting to see that, and like I said, and there was definitely some shit talking going on in global chat about Checkmate. People were ganking outside Checkmate, I guess. Yeah, I'll probably head back towards Spyro after I clear my missions here, because I've actually got a couple of extra helmets I meant to bring home that I didn't mean to keep stored in my inventory. So I'll probably go that way before too long. Okay, I got a couple of deliveries on the porch here. I need to grab them off the porch. So let me get flying away from the ground here and grab that stuff. I will be right back in just 1 second if I push the right button. All right. Brought in. I'm going to let the wife know. Treasure. I've been hit a couple of times. The most frustrating time for me, well, I've been hit a couple of times. Like, for instance, I was in my MSR leaving Pyro once, and I made the jump, successfully traversed the wormhole, and wound up back in Pyro, stayed in Pyro, right? That's happened to me a couple of times. And twice, once with the MSR and once with the Guardian. During the second traversal of the wormhole, or the attempt, I got interdicted and blown up. One time was one guy in a Guardian, a key actually, so I couldn't run away, on the MSR, and the other one was a swarm of baddies. And that's really frustrating because it's like I should have just been gone, right? Instead, I got bounced back to my starting point. But the most annoying time was I was leaving Stanton Gateway Station on my way into Pyro, and I needed to refuel before I could jump to, I think I was going to Ruin. And I was ready to go, right? It wouldn't let me set a destination after the hangar doors were open, and it should have, right? And then all of the quantum markers were gone once I was out of the stations, so I couldn't jump anywhere, and I got hammered. And I was really aggravated, and I got really salty about it because I thought it was just a couple of one-up, dipshits just ganking people to gank them. And in a way they were, because it was GreeperNet. But the thing that pissed me off is it was just the game failing me, right? Constantly with that navigation system, it's trash. I should have been long gone before the first missile hit. So CIG really needs to figure their shit out on that front. I'm fine with PvP. I'm even fine with getting ganked, right? That's the nature of the beast of playing in a game that's an open verse. Anything can happen. Anybody can come along and attack you. I'm fine with that. What I'm not fine with is with the tech constantly dropping the ball, right? If I want to go set a route, I should be able to set a route. Even if I'm not setting a route, I should be able to have quantum markers somewhere. It's like, I've got a marker. I see a marker. So if I needed to panic jump, I'd have someplace to go right now. Of course, I'm going to pass out because I'm in cruise, which I shouldn't do. But, you know what I mean? That's the kind of thing that ticks me off. It's not, we've got some aggressive individuals in the game, for sure. And I kind of wish they were motivated by something other than I just want to wreck that guy's experience, right? That's probably the lowest common denominator. Yeah, I do too. I'm really hoping we're going to get Quantum Boost sometime this year, right? Which should kind of change those dynamics. But, all right, while I'm drifting here, let's hydrate while I think about it. I just, I want the tech to work so that, because I should not have got that time with GreeperNet. I should have gotten run off, right? Which would have been fine. But I wound up dead, well, I raged pretty hard about it. I'm not going to lie. One of the GreeperNet guys found it very amusing and made a video, that's a little frustrating to me that I let myself get that aggravated. But sometimes CIG are the absolute biggest trolls in the game. Stuff just needs to work better. Stuff just needs to work, right? But, it's the nature of the beast. Alpha development project. Yeah, the time that and of course the MSR, I was in the MSR because I was hauling stuff, right? I had stuff I wanted to bring from Pyro to Stanton, so of course I lost it all. But whatever. It's just, I should have been gone. I should have already been in Stanton, but no. I like to believe that that stuff's all fixed now. I had not seen it happen for weeks and weeks and weeks, but it did just happen to me within the last month. So I don't actually think it's fixed, which is also irritating. All right, let's go get this guy. Farnsway at a distribution center. Yeah, I feel like that the MSR is one of those ships that's in a little bit of a weird place because it's not sneaky at all. It's got a giant signature. It's not especially tanky, although at least it got a size 3 shield now instead of the size 2s it used to have. But it's not fast enough really to escape anything either. It's sure not going to escape this ship, right? So I don't really know what CIG is planning for those circumstances in the long run, because they keep telling us they want it to be about disabling ships, not destroying them, and engineering needs to be part of it, and yada, 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 blah, blah, blah. And we're not really going to get a good sense for balance in this stuff until we get Maelstrom and armor and ship structure and all that. And full engineering. So I don't know. He is in the middle of the building. Yeah, all right. Where are we gonna park? Of course, there's a freaking giant Corsair in the way. Is there room for us in there? That is one of the things I really like about the Guardian, is it's good. There's room for it to park places. Of course, we just managed to catch that wall when I say that, but they do look like gecko eyes. They look a little cuckoo. All right. You're showing me some ridiculous target location area. Can't be right. It's got to be. Where the hell is that even at? Yeah, that marker's no good at all. Great, so this mission's probably broken. It's got to be where it usually is, right? I guess we'll see if there's any bad guys spawned. Obviously overly optimistic. Holy shit. They tried to throw one too. I don't see a count, so I don't know. I don't know if we got them all or not. Hell, I don't even know for sure if this is the right mission. Why did you stop reloading? This freaking nonsense with the damn tools not cooperating too aggravates the hell out of me. I couldn't tell for sure whether that was a hostile or not. All right, so this wasn't the mission I was tracking, but it was my mission. So is this one of these lore data pads that's supposed to tell us about the event that's going on? Because it doesn't do anything there, Miss Thang. right. We'll check one of the other mission spawn areas and see if we can get our guy here. Yes, is this one of the legendary data pads I've been hearing about? That's it, exactly. Right, yeah. Nobody got to read them, but, you know, they were there. You see, that's only going to go up. We're gonna go in the back, the opposite side, and we'll check there. I don't know where the hell this. Of course, he could be on the tower, huh? Because it's supposed to be the elusive bounty, and he's usually up on the tower. So I guess we'll just go check there. Right, exactly. What data pads? What are you even talking about? We fooled you. We tricked you. You thought there was actual content in the game, but we hid it from you so you couldn't see it. God. That whole fucking segment was so cringe. Well, that's interesting. I don't remember there actually being a speed difference before. There definitely is. Very cringe. It was awful. Awful. And I mean, I'm glad they're working on content, right? I got all the props in the world for them generating content, stuff for us to do. But that whole attitude was awful. Oh, hello. I didn't expect them to be right there. Oh, how about you push the right button? Poke your head up again. Bitch. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, some testing probably would have been good. Yeah, I mean, you know, that's been an ongoing problem, right? That people couldn't even get logged into the game in some cases. Where are the rest of these guys? I don't see any movement. Oh, hello. Oh, y'all are screwed now. You didn't give me markers. When do we get that ability? When do we get to do that, CIG? When do we get to do that whole peek over the thing? I mean, we got a little bit of this, but not the way they're doing it. Holy crap, we got one. Why is he way over there? That's what heavy armor is for. The ADS is really slow on the snipers now, which is probably fine. But it is definitely something I'm noticing more and more. I think that's absolutely the right way to balance the snipers as opposed to something silly like glint. All right, now we got to get ready for our baddie. I actually have not looked at the changes to the P8R. Damn it. Oh, you little bastard. Where'd he go? Oh, I swear he dodged it. There. You bastard. Hey, how about a real reload? Oh, man. Yeah. You know, I noticed them that they were explosive earlier. But I didn't just then. That would have been hilarious. I saw movement. Where'd you go? I want to go up and take his sniper rifles. Oh, they do. They do. Where was I? Can I see him from here? That would have been me for sure. Maybe I should be glad that the NPCs aren't a little more stormtrooper aim. What the shit? Is this like somebody's backpack worth of crap? What is that? Medmon fruits and... That's hilarious. I feel like this has to be like a player's remnants. Someone was an herbalist. You know, there weren't grenades either, right? They were flares. I'm assuming that there's still nothing in the inventory. No. Boy, I've got some real frame jank occasionally too. God. Ladders, man. Absolute death traps. Can I store it? Really? I love it when shit just doesn't work, right? Where's my radial menu? It's there and then it hides it. Oh, you son of a bitch. It is gonna let me store. I didn't think it was gonna because I had those extra helmets in there. What about you? Gonna take you too? Maybe not. Come on. I can't tell if it's tied to one of the inventories or not. Dude. This right here, man. Oh, man. I don't know if it... Why are you not letting me do the thing? Is there not room? Because, I mean, there might not be. No, there's a room. What? I think it actually did it already. Yeah, it looks gone. All right. Oh my goodness, man. Where's my frames? I just wanted to see. It's an NPC. All right. Hello? What is this angle? This game, dude. The civilians are all happy, ready to go back to work, I guess, since they killed the baddies. Except this poor guy. He's dead. Oh, God. I was just fixing to pull out my sidearm and shoot that barrel to blow him up. And then that freaking dude runs right behind it. That's hilarious. Kind of tempted to shoot the barrel anyway, but I don't know if it would count against me. See, there's another. There's two more right there. They're all over the damn place now, which is kind of cool. All right. It just moved. I saw it move. That's the new paint, right? Yeah. That you have to buy that goes with the ridiculous looking armor that looks like it escaped Vanilla WoW. Freaking Vanilla WoW raid armor. I don't know really what to think about that set either. And to be honest, I feel like if they were going to do something like that, it probably should have been the $20 subscriber gift instead of whatever bullshit we got. This greedy money grab that they're doing monthly now with freaking Cash Shop is kind of annoying the shit out of me. It's a trap, man. It's a trap. I do have to say, though, that on that vein, right? What did we get? Right? What did we get for the subscriber flare? Right? We got a couple of silly things, right? Here's a constellation painting. Okay, great. We got the hazardous cargo chair. All right. And meanwhile, they're trying to sell us what? Where is it? Other. This right here. This to me is absolutely ridiculous. And it's ridiculous on multiple levels, right? First of all, this is just, okay, whatever. Aesthetics are 100% personal taste. Somebody might be like, oh, yeah, hey, that's cool. I really like it. I want it. And that's fine. I kind of like some aspects of the helmet. I don't like all this extra weird hunter stuff on it, right? So it's definitely not my vibe. But here we are. We're trying to sell us not just the armor and the weapon, but the armor, the weapon, and the paint, right? You can't just buy the armor. You can't just buy the weapon. You can't just buy the paint. This is cheesy marketing money grab, CIG. It just is. Not to mention, probably all of that should have been subscriber flare, right? And I gotta say that this attitude that they're taking on this shit now, this is what's gonna make me stop being a subscriber, period. So rather than them getting $30 from me to buy this shit, they're gonna lose $20 a month, because I'm probably not gonna renew if they do this again. And I've been a subscriber for like 10 years, right? So y'all might want to rethink this cash grab shit, because you're not doing yourself any favors. when I saw that, I was actually really aggravated. Because we used to get armor and weapons and useful gear. And yeah, sure, there was plants and fish tanks and other stuff too, right? Some of the flair has been all kinds of stuff over the years. But yeah, okay, she's just letting me know there's more stuff coming from the store. All right. Okay. On that vein that you just mentioned, though, where's my thing? No, dude. There you go. That's what 10 years of backing has gotten me, Firewalp. It's a trap. It's a trap. Absolutely a trap. In fairness, right, like I said, 10 years as a $20 subscriber. Better part of 10 years as a $20 subscriber. So a significant portion of my investment in Star Citizen and my backing in Star Citizen has been, monthly subscriber fees. Not like I'm throwing big wads of cash at anything, but can we just, is that actually targeted? All right. Oh, and this is what I get for actually setting the route, right? Because it wants me to route through Hurston, even though I'm where? The star map is so bad. Not the star map, the navigation. The navigation is just so terrible. I'm glad that the game is feeling more playable right now. I really am. But, they told us this year was going to be the year for playability and stability, right? And there's still stuff that's happening every play session that kind of belies that whole attitude. Right? The navigation is still a number one stickler for me. The stuff just doesn't work right. And this whole thing they've introduced now with the server meshing, getting the mission tracking to be stable between changing DGSs is something that they should fix immediately, because it's an immediate quality of life thing, and it's intensely frustrating that every single time I go anywhere, almost, it wants to revert my mission tracking status to the first one in my list. It's super frustrating, and it can't be that hard. It just can't be. It tracks fuel, and this is, of course, one of those points where we're making a good point and a bad point, but it tracks fuel between DGSs, right? It tracks mission progress between DGSs, so it just needs to track which mission I'm tracking. between DGSs. Of course, it doesn't always do a good job of tracking the fuel, right? We've seen the fuel reversion thing continue to happen again and again and again. I just want the game to work like a game, and they definitely need to be focusing on that above everything else. As I crash into the ground because I'm not paying attention. I'm not sure that it's dark enough. All right. I don't really see any cover. Maybe that one hill there. No, that's not a hill. It's trash. Oh, that's got to be minables or something. This is, again, one of those situations where I'm not really sure CIG has really thought out how the gameplay is supposed to go now that we have these somewhat killer turrets, right? They're really hard to deal with now. Maybe we can tuck in right there. No. No, I don't think so. So how are we supposed to deal with this, right? I mean, you know, yeah, if I was in a larger ship, I could take a ground vehicle and all of that, but then the whole approach becomes more of a hassle, right? I feel like this is just something they haven't really thought through very well. Because the turrets have absolutely gotten lethal, you know. The slew on them is much quicker than it used to be, so they track super fast. And they've got quite a lot of hit points, so it's not easy to kill them off. I think we're just going to have to hike it. I don't think we're going to be able to get much closer. And what is all this shit on the ground, man? It's pretty terrible. Hello, I turned the lights off, thank you. All right, and I should actually... You know what, we're gonna stow those extra helmets too, in case there's other loot that we want to grab while we're at the bunker. Time for a hike. Say now that I'm looking, I might have been able to get a little closer, but it's so hard to tell while you're under fire. But I probably could have tucked down here too. It saved a couple of 100 meters, I guess. Of course, this is without reshade. So even though they apparently adjusted some of the nighttime levels of light, this is still freaking ridiculously dark. Nighttime Citizen continues to be real. And what's going to be really irritating is when I get close to this bunker and get ready to engage. You watch, I'll kill the first guy and the mission will fail. I'll probably get close enough to let them engage me first and hope that things work right. Because quite often you approach and you shoot the first guy at range and the mission just fails. God, my coffee cup is empty. I keep reaching for it and there's nothing in it. I still think that they missed an opportunity with the Guardian. There should be a version of the Guardian where you could carry the Mirai pulse in one of the wings or something. It's not very big. There'd be room for it. That would be an amazing combo. Such a gorgeous game, right? I can't tell if that wreckage, maybe that would have been the place to duck inside to land. It's hard to know. We really need some kind of environmental radar, right? That shows our ship and where everything is exactly so that we can judge where to land and how to navigate the terrain in close proximity without having to cam out. Because I absolutely hate having to switch to the external camera for any reason other than screenshots. Arg. Thought I saw peaks and purple in there. Now I'm not sure. Oh. See, I'm afraid if I snipe this guy that it's just going to fail the mission. But we got the janky movement. Look at it. How about you push the correct button there, sir? You're shooting right over his head. Good job, bro. I don't know whether that's my ship blew up or something near my ship blew up. I actually thought it said Morai Guardian before, but now I'm not sure. Be part of the course, though. I'm just surprised it didn't fail the mission when I engaged the NPCs. Maybe because it's not an eliminate hostiles, it's an eliminate target. Where the hell did that shot come from? I could have sworn I saw a little purple pixel here, but I guess not. He's in the frickin' elevator. Of course he stole my loot. All right, well, we got the dude. Maybe. We'll see. It hasn't been treating me too poorly, but it's just, you know, constantly it's the usual shortcomings of Star Citizen, right? It's just, it's nowhere near done on any level in any regard at all. So we'll see about the situation with my ship when we get out there. I suspect it was just destroyed, though. Features, yeah. Absolute features. It's the quantum uncertainty feature. You never know exactly what's going to happen when it comes to Star Citizen. We actually, we got a little bit of light now. The sun's trying to come up. All right. Let's hike back to our ship, question mark. I don't know. I continue to feel like we need better direction for the project, right? And I don't know at what level is where the gap is. Because, I mean, there's a strong vision, and on the broadest of scopes and the biggest ideas, they seem to know where they want to take the game. But at some point, somewhere's down that ladder between them and the guys that know how to that actually know how to do stuff, right? The coders, the actual developers. There's some kind of missing element there that is just not prioritizing the stuff that actually needs to be completed and working and bulletproof so that we can actually progress the game. And then every time I feel like they've made a decision and they're going to move the game in a particular direction, stuff kind of takes 2 steps back for every 2 steps forward too, like master modes, right? It's like I wasn't necessarily a huge fan of what they were going to do with it, but they had said, well, nope, this is it. This is our plan. And I mean, we're sort of kind of throwing that out the window whenever we get the quantum boost changes. I mean, they are, but they aren't. But it's definitely a dramatic change in direction from what we got when they first launched it. So I just don't know. It's disturbing that we don't have a solid flight model by now, you know. I mean, we're more than a short time in. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, things have gotten really weird. I kind of feel like since they had outside investors join. Right? I think that's where things got a little bit strange. Yeah, I totally agree. That is one of the things that I still remain excited about is the revamped atmospheric flight, right? I hope it feels very different. I hope it feels like actual atmospheric flight. It doesn't have to be a sim, but it should definitely be sim inspired. Right? I hate the hover turreting Connies in heavy atmosphere, just pew 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 shooting the guys that are FPS targets. That stuff drives me crazy. Hover turreting, destroying your ground vehicles in your target, in your ship on the ground also. Yeah, totally aggravating. I just but these kinds of situations have persisted for years now, so it becomes difficult to believe that CIG is actually going to make the changes. That's the disheartening part. Yeah, well, I mean, I don't think they're doing bad. And I mean, obviously, I'm still playing the game. I'm still streaming it. I'm still excited about the game, even when it aggravates me. So, I mean, I agree. It's not like it's all bad or anything. It's just, I really want to see those steps moving forward. I mean, engineering was supposed to come in 4.0. We don't have it. We don't have it in 4.1 yet, right? And we have to get that in place if we're ever going to see balance. Well, my ship doesn't look blown up. I think it's still intact. You know, and we need the armor to come in with Maelstrom, right? And that's supposed to get us to a point where if your ship is sitting there, even if it's not operable, that we should be able to repair it and install components and make it fly again, rather than the hard death, soft death thing we have now. You know, that's important. Not to mention, we really need armor in place to be part of the combat balance. Somebody broke off part of my ship. I see the gear still down. No, I don't think it's dead. I guess we'll see. All right. Sometimes, yes, the community is part of the problem. I won't pretend it's not. It absolutely is sometimes a problem. Weird. But it's not the only problem. Maybe so. What is with the hit lights still flashing? It's like every time I change. All right, it's done now. I'm not even going to get into the referral thing. I'm surprised it didn't get changed again, because it's been changed before. Sooner. What happened to my... I mean, you know, people are... whatever. It's whatever. All right. Oh, really? Now, did CIG announce the change before they changed it? That's one of those things that I think is valid to complain about, right? If they were going to change it and then they told us, you know, hey, we're going to change it in a week. Oh, it's not changed yet, so they have given warning. Well, then fuck them. If people are upset about a coming change and it's been announced, then get over it. Yeah, whatever. I've not been paying attention to any of that because that's just ridiculous. And of course, here we go from mission to mission, and what? And we're right in the pitch black again. This one's entrenched, right? Yeah, all right. Yeah, well, I mean, it probably does need an overhaul. It's been years. Everything behaves a little differently now. Probably there will be some lower tier referral stuff to get hooked up on that will award, you know, armor and weapons and paints and stuff instead of ships. That's my guess. Right? I mean, it all is what it is. People are going to complain. But they've changed the referral program in the past, so it's not like this is something new either. Somebody's always going to complain is what it comes down to, right? Always going to be somebody. It's on the other side of the dirt, right? You can creep closer. I should probably put my landing gear down.
Landing gear down.
Yes, absolutely. That's 100% true. Well, hopefully we won't have a problem. Appreciate the alert, two trees. Yep. Yeah, we are right now, Camille. You are not wrong. Although it hasn't been too abusive today. It is still Star Citizen for sure, though. Yeah, and I mean, that's the reason that I come back to it. I tend to stream it because I have more successful streams that way. But the reason that I play it is because I love the project, right? Those are mutual interests. They're not always concurrent, though. I would probably be more religious about spreading out my New World and my Star Citizen streams, like, 2 days a week on one game, 3 days a week on the other game. If there was more interest in the stuff that I play that's not Star Citizen. So stream-wise, things might change up a little bit if it wasn't a forethought for me. But I wouldn't stream Star Citizen only because, it can be hot. Yeah, I mean, I play the game. Sometimes I try too hard to play the game because it's not always ready to play. That was one of the reasons that I backed as well, the tech reasons, right? I'm excited about the potential of projects like this, right? Seamless open world, potential for lots of exploration, both of the environment, but also of the gameplay. That's important to me. It's absolutely not just another game project. Yeah, because you play, yeah, that is. I mean, I run into a lot of stuff that's just like, well, clearly the game is still in development. And I just don't think, my biggest problem with CIG is that I don't feel like they have anyone doing this, trying to play the game on the live servers, or they would be much clearer on its shortcomings, right? I mean, I would love to see Chris Roberts play the game 2 hours on stream, just trying to play the game on the live servers without any special help, right? I want to see him get hit by, the pirates at Grimhex or leaving Checkmate Station, and then just trying to deal with the game stuff too. Our regular grocery order is going to be here in a minute. I don't think CIG's really got a clue. Well, I mean, that's that's what they can't do. All that does is prove the point. Because, I mean, I don't think they do. No, I think some of the coders and developers do play the game. I know guys from back in the day, right? Like 5 years back, that like Kay Winter and the other guy's name, who I want to say, and I can almost see it but can't pull it out of my brain, who are in, I think, the marketing team that make the videos, right? And they're heavy into the game, PvP. Right, so some people do play the game, but even somebody like Kay Winter, who I think likes to get into Arena Commander and blast people and get into the universe and blast people, how much does he actually play the game, right? How many missions does he pick up and try and just exist and subsist in the game? I don't think that there are very many people at all on the team who do that. And the ones that they do, I guarantee you they don't do it for a couple hours a week, let alone a couple hours a day. Right? People get in trouble saying let Chris play and stream from a non-dev server. Yeah. They shut that down. Yeah, I don't know. Because sometimes I do worry that there is a concerted effort in the company to insulate Chris from the state of the project. Right? And if so, that's a real problem because he needs to know. Because when it comes right down to it, you know, he's the man that gets to decide what's the deal. I don't think that's really changed yet. All right, I have not seen any people moving around. Yeah, it is his game, right? Yeah. All right. See, this is exactly what I was worried about happening earlier. We killed a hostile and we failed the mission, CIG. Is this how this is supposed to work? I don't think so. Hey, if you do the mission, you fail the mission. Pro developers, y'all are great. What a joke. Yeah. The delivery's fixing to be on the porch. That kind of thing right there, bruh, that ticks me off so much. Because first of all, right, it's a hostile location, so I can't just fly up and land right outside. Yeah, I mean, the whole thing is an ordeal to get there, right? Even if I had taken a Cutlass with a speeder bike in it, right? I'd have gotten there a little bit quicker, but it'd be the same thing. I'd have gotten close to the bunker, you know, and then I'd have to navigate the terrain. God forbid I use a wheeled vehicle in this location because of all these flat rocks, right? And I get there and I engage. Mission fails. Thanks, CIG. That's amazing. It's exhausting. That's the kind of thing where it only takes 1 or 2 missions and then I'm like, yeah, I can't do it anymore because you can't play the game because the game's broken. Right? I could go do the same 3 FPS missions at the distribution centers repeatedly because those usually work, even though we saw that the mission marker location was completely wrong for the second one I did, right? It showed me someplace under the facility when it was over back on top of the tower. I mean, that one was just wrong. That's not good either. It's exhausting. I just want a game that I can play like a game, right? I mean, you guys have seen me play New World. You know, I go pick up quests, I go do my dailies, and I can do that. Clearly, you need to buy an acceptable ship with real money for the terrain. Well, you know, when they give me my my Perseus or my being a merchantman or my Ironclad, right? I'll use one of them. You can make money without doing missions. not good money, and not reliably. I mean, mining and salvaging, sure. But that's not really my cup of tea. You can't make any money hauling without you doing missions. I'd be willing to do that. I just am not interested in doing long-term mining until they do something about scanning. Ping and pray is a nightmare. It's awful. It's bad gameplay. I know that some people are okay with it, but I personally am not. Ping and pray is the suck. Right? And you cannot make any money doing combat missions without doing combat without missions. Not really. No, I mean, that is kind of what they've turned the whole thing into, right? Is we play to pay to play test. Someone wrote in Spectrum that Star Citizen's events are like theme parks placed in a graveyard. The world feels very dead and empty. At times, right? The problem that I have with their events is first of all, they need to stop using words like dynamic and emergent, because they clearly don't know what those words mean. Right? I am on board with them adding stuff like ᚻᚖᚪ᚞ᚻᚢᚾ and Hathor, and it being content that they're going to add, and they can be excited about it in the given month when it's added, as long as it continues to be in the game, so that as every month as they add something, there's something new that we get to continue to do over time. Because it's a completely different experience when you go do new content when it's new, and then when you go do content that's new to you, that's 6 months old, right? You can't balance it for when it's new, and there's thousands of people trying to do it, and for when it's not treated that way, right? You can't balance it both ways. You have to balance one way or the other. And if you balance it for new content, when you've got all these players intersecting, doing all kinds of crazy shit, sometimes just looking to intersect with other players, whether they want to help them or kill them and steal their stuff. We're 6 months from now, that's not going to be as much of a thing, where you'll get some of it, but it'll only be some of it, right? If you balance for the new, it's going to be impossible, or it's going to be dead, one or the other, right? But they need to get through that growth, so that as we add stuff, we've got lots of stuff to do, because the game desperately needs lots of stuff to do. But the FOMO aspect is something they have to stop doing, right? You can't go, you can only do this in the first month it's available, because this game isn't ready for that. It isn't. I mean, if you go look at Spectrum, you'll see people say, still can't log in. Wow, I wish I could do that. Can't log in, right? Those kinds of things continue to be a problem. So you can't FOMO your community until you actually have a game that's a game, right? That's my problem with that aspect. I want to see them add new stuff, but we still need the foundation to be the foundation, because you can't, does it matter what we build if we build it on sand? Right? Not really. That's the part that makes me a little bit nuts. Nature of the beast because of what it is, but it's like this mission that I just took, right? I mean, it should have been pretty direct. Go to the bunker, navigate the bullshit to get to the mission, and what happens? I engaged and it failed, right? So it doesn't matter what they build on that infrastructure if the mission just doesn't work. That does seem to be the problem. Motherfucker. MFer. That does seem to be the problem, is that they build something, add something new, and they break a whole host of things with it. And that has to stop. Right? Yes, releasing events that are broken is getting tiresome, and we keep seeing that too, right? Save Stanton, Save Pyro, or whatever they called it, because I don't think they called it Save Pyro. It was whatever Pyro, but where you'd have 3 or 4 different kinds of missions that you could take, and like 2 of them just didn't work at all, and even the ones that did work sometimes didn't. We dealt with that big time with Save Stanton. We dealt with that big time with the Pyro missions as well, where some of them just don't work. Right? Add all of that into the fact that the Pyro stuff is all supposed to be within the context of the gang reputation system, right? Which is still not in place. We still don't have the new reputation system in Pyro. All right, let me set cruise here. I got my delivery coming in. I got to get it off the porch. Is it here? All right, delivery's complete. Let me get this groceries off the porch here, and I'll be right back, y'all. All right, y'all. Sorry about that. Loot secured, groceries put away, coffee cup filled. Let me catch up on chat. I see stuff in there that I'm going, yep. Yeah, and Camille was making a good point about it. As long as you can hover on the nose, you don't need ground vehicles, which is a real problem, and it seems continued to be. Of course, they tried to do something about that years ago with hover mode, right? Which I actually missed. I was not flying at the time. That was shortly before I came back from a year-long break from Star Citizen. The Geo does look like it's fun, but yeah, I don't know. There's a real problem with all of the little mining things right now, it seems like, with rocks becoming non-physicalized, and then you can't mine them. Makes me wonder how many content creators playing Star Citizen would actually get an increase in income if they got a job playing the game they play anyway. Yeah. Of course, part of the problem is location, right? They don't let everybody remote that stuff. You want to visit locations and be greeted like by random NPCs and get a mission? Like, yeah, like in Starfield. Explore, find stuff. Right, exploration is completely missing from Star Citizen still. Right? And we've got NPCs, but they're mostly standing around doing nothing. We do get the occasional conversation in the background. Sometimes that's related to some of the dynamic event stuff, but there's not a lot of that going on. Yeah, and I mean, Starfield is finished, so... But CIG is advertising Star Citizen as a live service now, and has been now for like 3 years. So, well, it's not finished. There are certain expectations as soon as you start telling people that your service is live and is playable now. Playable now. And I get what you're saying about the alpha, but the alpha excuse went out the window for me as soon as they started advertising like it's a playable now live service. My expectations are realistic because I am a backer and have been since 2014. Right, so I get that it's an alpha, but CIG doesn't get a pass on how much is missing in their live service anymore. If they want to continue to market it to everybody in the world like it's ready to go now, which is exactly what the marketing department does, they should be held to account for that. Do I understand that there are still a lot of missing things? Yes, absolutely. But CIG has created that circumstance by telling the world, playable now. Yeah, I mean, it's 900 years in the future, right? 9 centuries from now. We don't even have sunglasses that work. We've got like what? We have a few optics in game that are night vision. That's it. I mean, we don't even have the most basic of basic tech to make our life better. No cruise control in wheeled ground vehicles. No speed limiter in wheeled ground vehicles. No compass in wheeled ground vehicles. I mean, the problem isn't the believability. The problem is CIG has not finished anything. They've started this, they've started that, they've started the other. They have finished nothing in Star Citizen. Nothing has finished. Nothing. We have nothing that we're looking at right now that we're 100% sure will be the same, right? It's likely that the star map won't change again. Right? What is pinging me? Must be the wife pinging the kids. Why am I getting all the extra pinging? Weird. All right. Right, but you know, the flight model is ever changing. Weapons tuning for FPS stuff is ever changing. Armor is ever changing. At some point here, they have to make some concrete decisions and say, okay, this is the way it is. We're not going to change it again. Right? And they can tune things a little bit, but everything is still up in the air. Yeah, well, I mean, it is kind of crazy. I mean, though, you know, I mean, the real problem is that we're still in active development along every step of the way, right? I mean, that continues to be the real downside. We would have thought that, you know, a couple of years ago, they would have decided the flight model is pretty much where we need it to be. And I'm sure they did feel like that back in like 243. I think it was 243. Maybe it was 263. Whatever. One of the two patches. Flight was really good. Combat was pretty exciting. We didn't have all the aim assist stuff. But I think the problem was it just didn't scale well. Right? It wasn't working for lots of people. It wasn't working for larger areas. Right? And then they decided to change it all. And ever since then, it's been trying to play catch up with, we still fight with the janky desync, we still fight with hit registration, we still fight with all of that stuff. And that seems to be mostly networking issues. But we're in the universe with server meshing now, right? They're supposed to be able to load distribute. That was going to be the Jesus tech. Right? Load distribute between the servers so the servers could manage what was going on and stuff would just work better. And on some levels, that's the case. NPCs are definitely way better than they were 2 years ago, right? Where they just stand there in T-pose and wait to be shot at, or they just headshot you at a glance. It was one extreme to the other. There was nothing in between. But there's a lot of other stuff that's just still a problem. And watching them do this when they're walking across the way, that doesn't really work. This area of Hurston is pretty cool. I like the whoa, whoa, whoa! Fucking hell. I turned the damn cruise control off. How'd it get turned on again? We're getting absolutely wrecked by the turrets. It's a upside down belly up Hercules. That's really irritating to me. I knew I had cruise control on and I turned it off, and I feel like I made that jump back to the planet and it reverted back to being on. It's just that the problem is that still we're at a situation where nothing is reliable, right? Some things have become a lot more reliable, but we can't take for granted that anything is going to cooperate with us. You know, you spend 10 hours in the game, whether that's over the period of a day, a week, or a month. If you spend 10 hours in the game, every single thing that you could list that you interact with, one of them will fail at least once, right? It's that just, you know, and that's a little bit of a generalization, but that's the way I feel. Yeah, the Guardian is nice that it's a little pocket ship for parking, but the landing gear does not leave a lot of room for tolerance. All right, now I'm half expecting that as soon as they engage these folks at the bunker, this mission's going to fail too. Really? So much for the physics bounding box as being... Excuse me? I like the Guardian a lot. It's a great general use ship. It's not terrible at combat. It has interior space. It's got room for a box if you want to carry one. I like the Guardian. I wouldn't say it's the absolute best ship for doing any one thing, right? But in some ways, it's kind of like a heavy Titan. It doesn't have any cargo space, really. But, you know, I mean, it's got that kind of vibe for me. You know, you could use it for a lot of different kinds of stuff. You just can't move more than really one SCU boxes. You can really probably only take... You could probably get 3, maybe even 4 in there if you needed to, but obviously they'd all be off the grid. These guys are definitely paying attention. Is it one guy? Maybe it is just one. There's a lot of technical considerations, Soup, but it's for me, right? I'm a self-taught programmer and scripter, so I've only learned what to program and script that I needed to learn to program and script. So I've got enough of a sense to know complicated stuff is complicated, right? And I get it. But it gets to a point where the tech is, that's a them problem. They have made promises. They have now told us this is a live service for years now. It's a them problem, and it's become an us problem because they have failed to deliver on that live service reliably, right? And now that sounds very negative, and it is very negative in the sense of it's a criticism. And that's why I was excited this year was going to be where they focused on that, right? They were going to focus on the reliability of the service, playability, and stability. That's what Chris Roberts' letter told us. And what have they done since then? They have decided that every month they're going to launch a new event, chunk, chapter, whatever, to add to the verse. And on one hand, I want to be excited about that. It's like, yes, the game desperately needs more stuff to do. But it feels a lot like the focus now is on those monthly event chunks and not on the stability of the freaking game. And if the game isn't going to get any more stable than this, then post Squadron 42, it's going to be demolished by the marketplace. Because if Squadron 42 is successful, and you guys know I've said, I believe it'll be a great game. It may not be for everybody, but I think it will be a great cinematic, interactive cinematic experience. It'll be awesome. People will be excited about it. People will play it. And people will go, oh, there's an MMO. Let's check that out. And if they get into this, coming from the good Squadron 42 experience, it will be an absolute cataclysmic shitstorm of PR that CIG will never recover from. Will it necessarily kill the project? No, but it will definitely stomp on the fundraising. It will definitely stomp on concurrency numbers. You know, I mean, that's the problem that I have, is this needs to, what we have now, which isn't enough game, but what we have now needs to be bulletproof. It just needs to work, right? And then they need to start adding to it. And I feel like we're losing sight of that again, that the direction on them bringing in this monthly content is going to get in the way of getting the stability issues dealt with. Yeah, I mean, you know, networking is still, I think, the number one obstacle, right? We need to have a way to do this dynamically stream in and stream out content for the player, right? Because all that matters for me right now is this little, probably 5-kilometer area. That's it. That's all that matters to me. Who's in the area there, the NPCs at the mission, that kind of thing, right? I don't need to know about the larger universe, not right now. I'm not even in a party, so it doesn't even matter to me if there's party members that I need to be paying attention to, right? From that scope to, okay, now I'm going to go all the way to Pyro. I need to have a way to get there easily. And frankly, the routing system should let me set a destination to Ruin Station from here and route me through the wormhole. And we don't even have that yet, right? But the network stuff, I know that that's part of the obstacle. It's complex. We got containers and containers and containers. I mean, even just me, right? I've got armor, pants, backpack, and those can all have stuff in them, right? And then I'm in the area, and then the bunker's in the area, and then once I'm in the bunker, you know, my backpack is on me. That's on Hurston, that's in the bunker, and then there can be boxes inside the bunker that I'm going to interact, and NPC corpses next to container. Being able to stream all that in reliably, that's all performance related as well, right? Because as soon as you start stacking all this shit up, and the server's got to keep track of it, even if it's just interacting through me and my client and back to the server, right? Like, what happens when I'm looting into the corpse container and into my armor containers while I get attacked by somebody? How's that impact performance? Right? I know there's a lot going on there. Now we've got multiple levels of server architecture, because we've got the dynamic game server, we've got the replication layer. We got what else? Is inventory a separate thing, or is it handled by the DGS, or is it handled by the replication layer? Is it handled by both? I don't even know anymore. Yeah, and I mean, you know, my previous experience with containers is I created content for Second Life for like 17 years, right? And that was the same kind of situation where you could have, we had hundreds of regions that they were really separate. So when you did a region crossing, sometimes you could see into a region, but that's it. You really couldn't interact with anything in another region. But you could have a box and 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 a box, right? Ad nauseum. You could put containers in containers all day long. But it did become a problem with the regions that those containers were in. So it was a performance issue, and obviously Second Life was not a real game environment. So its level of performance expectations were lower. So I mean, I get the complexities on some of that stuff, but they gotta figure it out, because they gotta And if there needs to be limitations, get the limitations in place. But everything needs to work. And in fairness, I have not had a big problem with the spinning inventory very often anymore. And usually it does pass versus just getting perpetual spin and broken inventory. So I do think they are working on some of that stuff. But the performance issues, you know, watching the guys do this as they walk across the ground is one of those things where it's been like that, and then it's been fixed, and then it's like that, and then it's fixed, and then it's back. You know what I mean? It's like back and forth. What's the deal? Because it looks like shit, for starters. It's completely immersion breaking, but it's also a gameplay obstacle, because if you're tracking a guy and you know he's walking like this, it becomes relatively easy for you to be able to figure out where he's going to be, right? But if he's doing this, then not only do you have to predict where he's going to be, you need to know, is he going to be there in that instant before he starts moving again? And even if it looks like he is he there really? Or are we dealing with the client and the server trying to sync up? And that's related to the network stuff that you were just talking about and all of that. But they got to figure all that out. Otherwise, this game will never really be taken seriously. All right, because what we have now is just not video game quality most of the time. It isn't. It's still tech demo quality. All right, well, I don't see anybody else hunting me here, so I'm assuming the rest of them are in the bunker. Let's check the corpses, though, because we could get some loots. Oh, I'll take the snazzy multi-tool. And these kinds of things, too, where the F button hides from you periodically, is another one of those things I can't stand. And when I see this kind of thing happen, and then I run into almost exactly the same circumstance with trying to interact with something in on New World, that drives me crazy, too. All right, that's just a regular P4. I just wanted to make sure. The other part of the problem with the persistent universe and our interaction with it is what? Is that, you know, most of the tech that they've really been working on hardcore in recent years is Squadron 42 tech, right? Sorry, that's the shield maiden. Let me answer her real quick. And Squadron 42 is got to be much further along. Feature complete, right? It's much further along than the persistent universe experience, right? And they can't just add that stuff to the persistent universe because I believe probably the overall infrastructure is different. So they're still trying to figure out how to bring all of that in while they're still trying to bring stuff up to a release state, because like we still don't have flight tuning finished. We're still missing elements of flight and combat and whatnot. So I don't know. I mean, I don't think we really know where they're at, on top of the fact that sometimes I don't think they know where they're at. But we're running out of time now that they've announced a launch date for Squadron 42 to figure it out. It's time for it to be figured out. That is not the button I meant to push at all. Where'd he go? The ADS is definitely so slow on this this weapon by comparison to the P4 that I've gotten so used to using. Where is the other guy going? He's running away, hiding in the tunnel. And there we go again with it went to go to heal mode, self-heal mode, and then didn't go to self-heal mode. You can't count on anything working right at all. This guy hiding in the closet. No, he's just standing there doing nothing. Why are you not? Oh, you are. Okay. Wait a minute. What did that say? Oh, Citizen's Pride. Okay. Although we can steal it if we want it, can't we? There's another one. With the damn totally illegal optic on it. You're not gonna let me do it. You gotta be difficult. They can't make up their mind about how they want any of this looting stuff to work either. It's something else that I find to be really, really, really frustrating. Did you loot that or not? You didn't. Well, why not? You're a pain in the ass. That's kind of the thing too, is the interaction system is somewhat less than predictable at times. The looting system is somewhat less than predictable at times. All that stuff just needs to work, and it's hardly bulletproof. Well, I am sure that there are worse projects to alpha test for. All I could say about frustration in Star Citizen is if you are not frustrated by Star Citizen, you're not playing it. And most alpha projects don't advertise themselves as Play Now live services. Like I said, I'm not saying by any stretch that it's all bad or I wouldn't still be playing it. This is really weird that there's a whole crap ton of these. Now, I didn't know this was a standard loadout thing for Hurston bunkers. I've not seen them before. It's just got to be very complicated when it comes to talking about Star Citizen because decon pen, that's absolutely what we need, right? Do you play Super? Do you play Star Citizen? And if you do, how many hours a week do you play? I mean, you know, that's my question there. I mean, you may be more resistant to the bugs than me. I've been putting up with this shit with Star Citizen for 10 years now, though. Some of it should have been resolved. That's kind of the thing that aggravates me. It isn't just that there's bugs. Some things are finally getting better. Don't get me wrong, but, I mean, we spent 10 years dealing with hangar issues and ship spawning issues and inventory issues and mission marker issues and party marker issues and terrible navigation on the map issues. You know what I mean? It isn't just that there are bugs that are annoying. It's bugs there are bugs that are annoying that have been in existence since we had a system that could be bugged. And when they have told us now, Chris Roberts told me personally, he wrote me a very nice letter and said, we're going to focus on making the live service more of a live service, right? Playability, reliability, that's the focus. And instead what we get is this giant marketing thing where that seems to be where the focus is. That aggravates the issues, right? So it isn't just the bugs, it's the context. I mean, I'm glad that some people can hop in and play and not be frustrated, right? I know, but that's kind of the point too, right? If you just ignore what they say, then what? What does that mean? Does that mean that they're never going to get it done? Or they're just going to get done when they get done? And I think we all know that, right? We're going to get what we get. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the thing. Like I said, it's not all bad. Don't get me wrong. If I thought it was all bad, if I thought it was a disaster, if I thought we were never going to get anything good, gray market, here I come, right? I haven't done that yet. But we are at a critical point now where we weren't at a critical point, and that's because they have announced a launch date. If they actually launch Squadron 42, it becomes immediately important how actually stable and playable the persistent universe is, right? For reasons we've already discussed. Well, like I said, I will agree to disagree on the fact that I am no longer going to give them a pass on it being an alpha. It's an alpha as an excuse. All that gets from me is, so what? It's also a live service. Legally speaking, they are required to meet certain expectations because they say it's a live service. Right? It's an alpha. It's not an excuse anymore. It just isn't. It will never be a beta, right? It's a in progress development project that it will someday go from being in progress to being a launched game that's still in progress, right? The alpha in a traditional sense is irrelevant to Star Citizen. At one point, it may have been relevant. Now it is not. So, I mean, anybody anywhere that just tells me it's an alpha, I assume they're saying it tongue in cheek or they're not paying attention, right? So no disrespect intended towards you. You clearly know more about the whole technical aspect of the game. But from a product standpoint, it being an alpha now is irrelevant. Well, yes, but that's where we got hooked initially, was the sales pitch. I mean, it's all well and good to say shouldn't do that, but we're here now because we backed. If we just ignore it all, then we can't expect anything better. And as much as I want to say, it's fine, I enjoy the game, that's true, but it's not stable. Stability continues to be a problem, and it needs to be better. Even if they didn't add anything else to the game ever, the stuff that's in needs to work, right? Which they seem to understand until recently, right? They said they were going to make it better, and now it's all, this month only. Next month only, and the following month only. Get your FOMO here. Look at these dynamic events. Playable now. All of that shit flies in the face of the basic shit that's not working. They need to do better. Like I said, I love the project, and I still can't wait to see how it progresses, right? I want to see Nyx. I want to see all the other new ships. I want to see all of it. But they have got to do better on the live service front. Everything needs to be reliable. I mean, for me, it's like I said, it's been the top 5, right? You got to be able to log in, obviously, right? Elevators have got to work. Elevators have got to work, and they do seem to be way more reliable now, but only since a month ago. So we've had a long time of elevators having an issue, and over time they worked and then they stopped working, and then they worked and then they stopped working in various states and places, right? They seem to have resolved most of the elevator and the train issues, right? The transit stuff was all together. So hopefully that issue's been resolved, knock on wood, right? Hangar stuff needs to work, and that includes all the pad services and storing and retrieving ships, right? All that stuff. That just needs to work. And right now there are many workarounds in place that CIG has added. Like right now, if you go put in your personal hangar, not a visiting location, temporary hangar, but your existing personal hangar, your residence, if I spawn a ship there and I don't store it, it's supposed to just stay there on the pad. I should be able to put stuff on the pad and it should just stay there, right? Right now, if you leave the hangar, it stores anything on the pad, That's not how that's supposed to work. And the reason that they did that was because people were storing ships and they weren't getting stored, or they were spawning ships and they were not properly spawning on the elevator, and they were being destroyed by the elevator, or they were being left down under the hangar. So instead, now when you leave your hangar, it force stores that stuff. That's not the way that's supposed to work. Right? So that shit's not working. It's not. Pad services sometimes don't work. Sometimes it works only if you hover. Right? There's all kinds of stuff that's going on with the hangar and the pad services stuff that is not reliable. That is a primary thing that absolutely needs to be bulletproof. Right? And then the last thing for me is that I need to be 100% sure that if I'm going to drive on the ground or walk on the ground, I'm not just going to fall through. And while it hasn't happened really, really recently, it was within weeks. If they can't get that stuff done, then they're failing as a deliverer of a live service. Yes, it's just off the pad. It will persist. When it does. Sometimes, however, if you spawn a ground vehicle in your hangar and you park it off the pad and then spawn your ship, it stores it. I just watched that go on with Time of Chaos just 2-3 days ago. He was just trying to get, I don't even remember what, I think it was an ROC, parked on his Zeus. And it was... Where did he parked it here and it despawned? He parked it there and it despawned. I think he finally parked it in the freight lift elevator and it didn't despawn because it was a separate container. But I mean, that stuff is unreliable. It's like it needs to just work. So, you know, it all is what it is. But it needs to be reliable. We need the basic tech to be bulletproof. And then hopefully they can progress from there. But again, we're kind of at a critical point where the stuff needs to get handled before Squadron 42 launches. Because regular gamers are not going to tolerate the Star Citizen experience. They just want a game that works. And we can't really say that about anything in Star Citizen right now. It takes screenshots, right? You can get some beautiful screenshots in Star Citizen. Everything else is maybe it works, maybe it doesn't. It wasn't claimed on the server you were on, at least, right? I think that right now, like if you steal my Geo and park it in your hangar and I log out and go to EU and I'm on another server and then I claim it, I think you get to hang on to it ad nauseum. I don't think it goes away anytime soon. I'm not 100% sure what the deal is with there, but that seems to be the case. Whereas if you steal it and then an hour later I claim it, it's probably going to disappear out of your hangar. And of course, all of that still is kind of placeholder stuff too, so. I know that part of the thing that with falling through the ground in Star Citizen tends to be intersecting objects, right? Or intersecting containers. Like usually when I fall through the ground driving around at a distribution center, it's like when I go to drive off the ramp, off the distribution center into the ground, I just go through the ground. Or if I'm walking along on the ground near a building, the building intersecting with the ground seems to create that kind of soft spot. Like if I was on the ground right next to that thing, I might fall through the ground. So I know there's stuff going on there, but whatever it is, they got to make it See, we got another one of these. This says it's over here, but it's at this tower. Why is that marker in the wrong place? Here we are again with basic MMO stuff. Mission markers need to be in the ballpark or where the action is. You're not going to get any NPC spawn over there. If I go land over there, I get nothing. Exterior Zone 2 is over here. Why is that marker in the wrong place? See if we can avoid landing on top of anything this time. It's been a minute, right? Yeah, and I mean, part of the thing with Star Citizen is that like games will have a tendency to have a code where it's like, is your location valid, right? And if not, they'll move you back to a valid location. And CIG doesn't seem to have anything like that in place in Star Citizen right now, right? And I mean, like, to use New World as an example, if I wind up stuck someplace, like I'm in a hole, a geometry hole, I can go to the menu and do an unstuck command. We don't have that in this game either, right? The closest thing that we have is a backspace. So missing systems are a problem as well, you know? Was your first concert in '79? First vinyl I bought was Kiss Love Gun. And that was probably 78. But that was the first vinyl I ever bought. I didn't see any concerts until high school, though, so that was a while later. Yeah, I don't... I see weapons fire, but I don't see where from. Just wondering if it's an LOD issue or not. Really? See, that's the kind of thing that's just unacceptable. Right? Good job, CIG. Great. Fantastic. That's literally the kind of thing that makes me just go, what a fucking joke. What a fucking joke. I think there's a guy there and he's trying to shoot through the wall. Yep. I wondered if it was LOD and it would get better when I get a little closer, but don't look like it. This whole section of the wall probably isn't even He's got to be over there somewheres. Oh, man. You know, there are moments in Star Citizen where you get the hitbox porn, right? Where you manage to get a shot in and it's right between visible geometry and it works. And then you got moments like this where it's a complete disaster. Yeah, that's a container issue. Yep. Whatever it is, it's really irritating. It's just another one of those things. It's like they really need to figure it out. See, wherever I'm being shot from, I'm being shot from the other side of a wall somewhere. There he is. Except I don't seem to be able to hit him. Oh, there we got him. There was another one too. Hey, how you doing, ᚻᚖᚪ᚞ᚻᚢᚾᚏ? Frustrated? I don't know anything about that here. Well, I mean, that's part of one of the biggest things that's missing from Star Citizen, right, is true persistence, right? Like if I were to log out right now, presuming I didn't get killed, I should log back in and be here. And that's not the case, right? I should just be where I was, and my ship should still be parked over there on the pad or on the ground, unless somebody destroyed it. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, accessibility is important. That said, I don't want to see Star Citizen become this teeny tiny burst where I can easily get anywhere in an instant, right? Because that's something that WoW did later that really made the worlds in WoW, right? Multiple worlds, multiple zones, just feel irrelevantly small. Distance didn't matter at all, right? That can't happen in Star Citizen. If it does, the game will go nowhere in the long run, right? So where you are has to matter, but it has to matter as well, right? I can't just be, because if I log out right now, I'm back at Everest Harbor, which fortunately in this case isn't that far away, but it doesn't change the fact that my ship is still over here on the ground. That's not the way it's supposed to work. We need to actually stay where we are, right? So that setup matters. So I could land my ship in the middle of nowhere and have all my stuff ready to go and get my setup done. And then, okay, that's all I got time for. I log out, I log back in, I'm still in my ship, everything's still there, it's ready to go, and I pick up where I left off. That's not the case in Star Citizen right now. You log back in, you're back in the hab, or you're maybe in your ship bed. And as far as I know, you still can't land and bedlog. I think you can only bedlog in space right now. Yeah. Were you able to bedlog on the ground? She's telling me there's another delivery. All right, let's see if we can get up these stairs. Where's he at? See, I'm not even sure what to think about the NPC behavior in general either. Sometimes it's very predictable and other times it's not. They were firing at me from somewhere, but now they're not. There we are, kind of sort of taking cover behind explosive barrels again. Wrong button. Ship flipped upside down, fell to the ground, rejoined the game again. Oh man. Yeah, see, I didn't think we could bedlog while we were land anymore. I'll try it again in a little while, but I thought that it was giving us the an error message for that. I'm looking forward to seeing how the base handling works. The base building works, you know. It will certainly add a great deal of something to the game. Space station building, yeah, not soon, TM. Jesus, that guy's got all the fucking hit points. Oh my god, with the frickin' med gun. Oh, we got markers now. Sucks to be you guys. Oh, so close. I changed weapons. No. I was actually surprised I was able to shoot him through the gap. See, that's the... Of course, why this guy isn't firing on me while I'm doing this. That's the mysteries to me, right? We shoot through a completely open spot where there's nothing in sight to hit, and we hit nothing, right? And then we shoot through this tiny gap in the rail in the floor, and we hit the guy. It drives me crazy. Right, exactly. An empty space that was properly empty. It's like, woohoo! See, like I was a little surprised I was able to shoot him, mostly through those two horizontal bars. But that giant empty space where we were trying to shoot the guy in the head when he didn't even know we were, well, he knew we were there. But I hit, invisible wall. It has to be better. And there's extreme examples of how bad it is in some models, right? Like go into the reclaimer and try and shoot through the balcony rails. No. Doesn't matter how open they look. They're not open at all. They're solid walls. Hey, what's up, Aristan? Yeah, I mean, some of them are really bad in that regard. Others, not so bad, but it's a mess. And I know there's an interest in saving physical polygons, right, to minimize overall physics impact. But there are times when what they have done is just so bad. And, the Reclaimer is an example of a very old asset. SIG has not been able to process your entitlements. Yeah, I can imagine Firewolf doing any kind of world building like that definitely is a learning experience. Sweet. Well, that's good news. Why again? Why do I have this weird cockeyed view? That's the second time today on the same ladder. Is it this particular ladder? Is it my approach? Yeah, I guess I'm a little cockeyed head-wise, right? I don't understand. It was weird. With just certain ladders. No shortage of AO3 sniper rifles to be stolen from the distribution centers for sure. CIG, can I please loot? Wait a minute, where's the magic distance? Wait, I had it, and then it was gone. Hello? App interact? There we go. So terrible. Just terrible. Yeah, mine is off right now in FPS mode, but I know what you mean. It is sometimes a problem. It also seems to be impacted at times by if you have a weird angle going on when you enter a seat. What just happened? Did I store it? I guess I accidentally stored it again. That was weird. All I know is it's another one of those things, though, that feels like it's kind of basic tech that needed to be addressed a long time ago. I don't know exactly what was going on there at first, but all right, I think we have cleared all of our contracts now, so we'll probably take all our loot and go all my loot and go back to, I think I set to checkmate, not obituary. I guess we'll make a pit stop and repair, though. You know what? If we got fuel, we'll just go straight to Pyro. We can repair it, the Pyro Gateway. See, part of the problem with all of the focus on Squadron 42, though, again, is the status of the persistent universe is not irrelevant when it comes to Squadron 42 development, right? If you're going to launch 42, the persistent universe has to be in an acceptable place, because I guarantee you people will finish Squadron 42 within 24 hours. Not everybody, but some people will be done with Squadron 42 within 24 hours, 48 hours tops, right? And it won't just be a small number of people. And those people that digest that content at that pace will then be trying out the persistent universe unless they already know its current state. And it's not going to be a quiet exposure in social media and in the industry tabloids if this is what they get. It's going to be a whole nother level beyond what we already have now, right? We got plenty of Kotaku articles that are talking shit about Star Citizen, and I'm just using that as a generalization, right? But it'll be a completely different thing with the added exposure of Squadron 42. Persistent Universe needs to be in a better place. And we can't just use the excuse of, well, our focus is on Squadron 42. We'll get to the PU as we can. They matter together. The other thing that you're going to see is the people who already hate Star Citizen, of which there are no few, right? The people who hate Star Citizen already, we're going to see the Squadron 42 release commercials, and you're going to see all kinds of new rag and social media posts about how bad things are in particular moments in the persistent universe. And they're going to say, and this is the same game. This is what they're going to say. Whether it's true or completely inaccurate or not is irrelevant. They're going to say, oh, you don't want to try that Squadron 42. Look at this. And it'll be somebody falling through the ground or whatever random, laughable, awful, buggy moment Star Citizen delivers, right? You're going to get that anyway. So the persistent universe has to be way more bulletproof, or it's going to hurt Squadron 42. It's a mess. I feel like they're not paying attention. It's not the same thing. It isn't, because I could put together hours and hours and hours and hours and hours of the game kicking my ass, right? And me, I'm small. So, but I could put together hours of that and tell people that's Squadron 42, right? Because I don't have to pretend to make footage. I don't even have to play Squadron 42. There's already going to be this fertile ground for showing that it's a shit show, even though it's not exactly the same game. It's the same developers, it's the same engine. You know what I mean? It's not the same thing. It's not like you can compare it to any other project, because it's not the same thing. And you've got the added credibility of the fact that the persistent universe is shit, right? I'm not saying it's 100% shit, but it is shit. It's dramatically unreliable. There are all manner of problems that persist for years. It's all fuel for the fire that's coming if they release Squadron 42, even as a successful game, and the persistent universe is in its current state. That's my concern. And to be clear, that's not me saying, CIG, you guys suck. That's me being concerned because I'm passionate about the project. Right? We can make excuses all day long, and we have been doing it for 11 years for me, right? Oh, well, this, then that, then the other, eventually soon TM, still waiting on the Global Illumination refactor. You know what I mean? We can throw those excuses around for 11 years for me, more for some people, right? But we're at critical mass. There's going to be a whole other thing in play there when Squadron 42 is released. And people aren't going to wait a year and say, okay, well, we'll give them some time. Squadron 42 is released. Give them some time for the persistent universe. We as backers may be willing to accept that, right? Okay, 42 is finally out the door. Now's our time, persistent universe folks. CIG is going to get it all fixed up. They will have lost that moment when 42 launches and people try to roll over from a completed game that's good. And again, I'm presupposing it's going to be good because I believe it will be. That'll be a whole nother level, and I mean exponentially larger level of first exposure, of first impression of the persistent universe, going from 42 to trying the PU. And they cannot, they can obviously, but they should not burn that first impression. The persistent universe needs to achieve a certain level of acceptability before 42 launches. That's my opinion, obviously. So, I mean, that's where I'm coming from, you know? It isn't just about, you know, haters. Haters are going to hate. I mean, the Derek Smarts out there are going to hate on everything CIG does forever, no matter what, right? It's when you get people that pile on with the hate and then folks actually go try it and they get slapped with this state of game, and then they add more fuel to that fire. That's a whole other level of something that ain't good. That's my concern. I just saw somebody going that way. He ain't opened the portal yet. The wormhole. There we go. Whatever it is, it must be small. I didn't see him. There he is. Not small. Corsair. Yeah. So bright. There was the server change stutter. ᚻᚖᚪ᚞ᚻᚢᚾᚏ. Oh my God, I swear. All I want to do is make sure that I get the hell away from the gateway. And it just so happens we have two markers that are overlapping, and it wants to switch back and forth between the two. The navigation system is absolute garbage. Absolute garbage. It is an impediment to gameplay. Consistently an impediment to gameplay. Fucking fix it, CIG. God, that makes me so crazy. All of those first impressions, though, are throwaway, right? If you spend a little bit of money on Temu and you discover that the shit that you get is shit, then you won't spend money there again. On the other hand, I got a couple of hats like this from Temu that were like $1 a piece. I still use them. They're not all trash. I was very selective about what I was willing to experiment with Temu. I certainly am not going to go buy whatever it was that I saw advertised on X recently that was obviously going to be hundreds and hundreds of dollars. It's like, no, that's going to be garbage. Right? But there's nothing connected to that. Tagging along these two game properties together, you count on both of them to succeed overall, right? Well, I mean, some people are going to do what they're going to do. But a lot of those microtransactions, they're small. People are going to do dumb shit. They just are. And people are going to risk stuff too. But I don't think that you can compare that to the 42 persistent universe symbiosis. Or lack thereof. I mean, yeah, 42 is a really good game, and like I said, I think it will be. Then people will come back to it a year later, right? Not 42 necessarily, but somebody else will wind up getting into the game later and go, man, this was so good. Okay, I'm willing to try the persistent universe again. It's supposed to be better. It doesn't change the fact that you're going to shed millions of potential customers who enjoyed 42 because they were exposed to their negative experience, whether it's personal or third party, persistent universe. I think it depends on the title. And the other thing is that people will, it also depends on, is it a completely different developer? Right? Because that's relevant too. I might be willing to try. Early access is one of those things I kind of had my doubts about, and I decided to. ᚻᚖᚪ᚞ᚻᚢᚾᚏ, thank you for the gifted subs. I appreciate it. You're very kind. You rock. What was I gonna say? Oh, I was gonna say that I had my doubts about early access, and I was willing to go in for Baldur's Gate 3, right? And for me, Baldur's Gate 3 turned out to be a good deal, right? Lots and lots of hours playing it. Fantastic product, right? More drums. Compensation for tariffs. Ugh. But I wouldn't necessarily give the same credence to an early access game unless it was something I really was interested in from another unknown developer, right? And if I get screwed by a developer, I'm not going to give them any credence at all for future titles. All right. I just think that with them being parallel projects by the same developer, it becomes significantly more relevant in general, right? How it's going to turn out. And people are already very critical of the Star Citizen, so... Oh my God, where are my frames? Why are both of the big hangars open? Yeah, exactly. I don't know why we're in slideshow mode. All right, that one's closed. Now it'll be my turn, right? I bet this one's broken. Come on. I need a hanger. This is exactly the kind of thing that I've been talking about. You told me I was cute. Well, then where's my marker? Hello? You know, you're telling me I got a hanger. There it is, finally. Nope, nope. I already had my gear down.
Arrival complete. Welcome.
Hooray, we made it. All right. Now let's go secure all our loots. They absolutely need to. I don't necessarily think it needs to be monochrome. Sometimes I think color is very useful information. But what they absolutely need to do is there needs to be sharp, crisp contrast at all times. So it's easy to see the HUD elements over the overlay of the game. And whether that's drop shadows or contrasting colors or whatever. But we've got this weird situation where the HUDs are all too meh. And it is way too hard to see what's what way too often. How much of this can I put in the backpack? I mean, we have the weird complications of all the navigation elements and everything else. And I think that color is a useful signifier in those cases. They could make it all monochrome and still make it readable, but then you definitely would need other things to change. I get so aggravated by the navigation stuff, especially if stuff was a different color or if the icons were much more different or there was different scales or something. There should definitely be more customization controls. Yep. We should also have, brightness and contrast and all of that stuff available. Here's the inventory being sluggish. All right. In the interest of not leaving the hangar, let's spawn our Terrapin Medical. Where are you at?
Your vehicle has been delivered to the following location.
Yeah, I mean, the main thing about like you're using the analogy of the modern fighters, our current day stuff. Monochrome makes sense in those regards because you can pick a contrasting color or whatever that's not going to be, the blue sky or the earth color. It's a little more complicated with all our weird space vistas and all of that and Star Citizen, but we have had moments where the HUD elements were pretty well contrasted because they were bright and or had a drop shadow, and then they somehow kind of disappeared again. It really aggravates me when it becomes very hard to see the pip. Right, and we've had that problem with like Aegis ships with the light blue HUD stuff, and then you fly over Селен or Yela, and it's like, oh my god, I can't see anything. Or if you go to combat in Dying Star, in Arena Commander, right, you have all these oranges and yellows in the environment, and for me, as an old man, it makes it increasingly difficult to see the red HUD elements. It's like if I could just ramp up the contrast on just the HUD, it wouldn't be so bad. And it's really annoying for something like a HUD to be a limiter. Shadow Wolf 07, sir. How you doing? Look at me in Star Citizen still. Although I won't lie, there's a part of me that really wants to go do my dailies in New World. The huge hangar, yep. I really wish I could turn off the loaner for the Polaris. The Polaris loaner for the Perseus. Nope. I don't care about the lights. Please let me open the door. Yeah, that is kind of a chronic problem in a lot of games. New World is a good example of that. There's stuff on there that I wish was hidden, that I could toggle them off. Or at least customize it so I can make it smaller and more out of the way. I don't think they're going to do anything to them. I mean, I think they'll finish them, so they'll be gold standard. They'll have proper storage and components and engineering, routing, and all of that. But I don't think they're really going to do anything with them. I think, by and large, most of the ships are going to be what you see is what you get. I'd appreciate it if they would just finish the Merchantman. It's got to be close. They just need to get a team on it. I agree, though. Probably the Hercules probably would have been a better flavor match for the Merchantman, but it's not nearly as large. The Hull C is the only thing that's even remotely the right size. Why do I not see... What? Oh. That's definitely ᚻᚖᚪ᚞ᚻᚢᚾᚏ fault. Thank you very much, sir. What did I get? How come you're not doing the thing? There we go. There we go. I think that's just a choo-choo side eyes. I could use that for a lot of Star Citizen. All right. Let's store this. We don't need that out.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
Anvil. The brain is cooked, man.
Your vehicle has been moved to the visitors again. Goodbye.
Yep, soon TM. Just 2 years away. That's the perpetual promise. 2 years from now, we'll be good to go. All right, you know what? I guess let's go see ᚻᚖᚪ᚞ᚻᚢᚾ. I have not gone to see ᚻᚖᚪ᚞ᚻᚢᚾ, and I probably should have done that. Wait a minute. I got to go collect crap to go see him? Oh. You know what? We're just going to go to the station. I don't even want to mess with any of the hunting for shit right now.
Vehicle retrieval system.
And where is it? That's probably in Stan, right? I should have gone there first. Time is relative. The Tundra-Copian horns are the kind of the thing, it's like, what? I don't care. I don't want to hunt Copian. And the Tundra Copian, they're the ones that just got added, right? I was actually just wondering, do I have some Copian horns? But if I do, I'm sure they're not a Tundra. Where would that stuff even be? Isn't that all other? Good God. All this crap in my inventory. Whatever. I'm kind of at capacity for Star Citizen right now. The last two stealth parts for your Intrepid? Hennessy murders some poor animals so you can see what else he has on offer. Yeah. Does it tell you in the mission or a journal someplace where to find this stuff? There's really, it doesn't tell me at all. Stand habitats and biomes, right? Surely it's got to tell me. This is just, Stanton Wildlife, right? What about Pyro Wildlife? No, I was just looking for a general on Microtech. Okay. I know that this is old, right? But why is this most relevant stuff not up at the top of this contract manager? This makes me so frustrated, right? This makes me so frustrated. This is obviously the newest thing in the list. Why is it not at the top? I appreciate that. Why is this not at the top? Please sort this stuff for relevance or something. CIG? No, it's not. I'm sure it is in chronological order in the order in which they were created. It's probably some kind of UUID, right? Some kind of unique identifier that's got to do with entry number 1, entry number 2, entry number 1000, entry number 3722, entry number 8726. You know what I mean? This is old, as I'm pretty sure somebody in chat, one of the devs that was in chat one day coming in off of a Salty Mic raid or something, said this screen is still Flash. It's ancient history. Please replace it. But for the most relevant stuff to be all the way on the bottom, it kills me. It's even worse if it's just lost in the middle somewhere.
Welcome to the ASOS vehicle retrieval system.
Oh man. All right, you know what? Let's see. What are we going to take? You know, we're just going to take the Terrapin. We got chewed on by Copians. We can get healed. Yeah, newest should always be, the news and journals should always be sorted newest on top. Absolutely. It's just grr. Wrong button. Also wrong button. We'll get right on that. I totally forgot about ᚻᚖᚪ᚞ᚻᚢᚾ, otherwise I would have gone to do that while we were still in Stanton. Bot spam him. Mm-hmm. Well, I've got something I got to grab off the porch. Let me do that real quick. Give me 1 sec, y'all. All right, I am back. The gardening shield maiden ordered some seeds and some spray paint for the wheelbarrow that needs some attention. Now we get to get queued again because we're in this is another reason I really wish I could turn off that loaner. Because of course there are fewer extra large hangars on every station that has them. Everybody with a Polaris gets queued trying to leave the station, you know, or land. Did they fix my flashy lights yet? Still have not fixed the flashy lights. Oh, they did fix them, and they tied them to the button. All right, good deal. Finally. Finally. I still think they need to add some flashy lights to the ᚻᚪ᚞ᚻᚢᚾᚏ. I was just reading your thing there. Yeah, I would imagine there would be a certain level of catharsis in that.
Takeoff complete.
All right.
Is now on.
Away we go. Why do we drop out? TGS change, I guess.
Is now on.
I accidentally opened the doors. Yeah, I'm sure it's a DGS change. Finally cut the power to free the car. 3 ambulances, maybe 4 or 5 cruisers, 2 fire trucks, light rain, not even snow. UPS working flawless, but no net. Oh, God. Awesome. The I crashed mode, yes, because that's what you need is some beep, beep, beep. Oh, man. Why aren't you doing the thing? Hello? Why is my power? There we go. Wait a minute. You started to do it. There. It was refusing to adjust my power pips. And a couple of utility trucks. Awesome. Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to be able to bring myself to go hunt Copian. But we'll go check out ᚻᚖᚪ᚞ᚻᚢᚾᚏ, because I haven't been yet. I'm just thinking I probably should have taken the combat ship to even go to Microtech to go anywhere near the Copian, given all of the hostile chat that I've seen today since I logged in on this server. I wouldn't at all be surprised to find people flying around shooting at Copian hunters just to do it. Travel times are definitely real. I do wonder when they're going to, of course, you know, engineering will be part of that when we get it, but when are they going to add stuff that we can handle during the quantum jumps that will feel meaningful? It would add value to the travel time that we have now. Because I really don't want to see travel times be super short. If you do that, then everything just seems to be, you know, in a smaller world.
Quantum drive is now off. Shields online.
Need to slow down
Shields offline.
since we done blown right by everything. Stutter, stutter, stutter. Feels like server change. Yeah, I don't know. I look forward to data running still. It's one of the reasons that I hold on to my MSR for sure. All right, where's all right. Or are there multiples? No, 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 no. That's not what you're trying to do. Dude. Yeah, I want a herald. I don't have one, but I like the Herald. The Herald has a lot of character. Quite often I have one purchased in game. I don't right now. But the Herald's a cool little ship. Yeah, and on what you were saying, Super, absolutely. We need to have the ability to do trade purchases and whatnot, and research for sure from the Moby-Glass. That would be something that would be worth doing. Yeah. Oh, man. I've said before I wanted to make counters for the top of the stream, right? How long I do game content, how long I'm traveling, and then how long do I spend working around buggy situations. Sinister Smile, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Because I do feel like, there's a lot of travel time involved. And again, I don't want the game to be tiny. Right? So in one sense, I'm fine with travel time. It's just that we are supposed to get some kind of stuff to do during the travel time at some point. Right? I don't want, the WoW portal thing where it's just all of a sudden you can get anywhere in moments. I don't want it to feel tiny. But I like the vibe here. Definitely feels a little alien.
Oh, hello. Not expect anyone to take. Can you see? I cannot see. Go, man, please. Go, man, please.
He's quite a little character, I see.
Landing gear deployed.
interesting. I kind of wish that the hangar structure itself had a little more character. I mean, the building there and all of that looks different. But that the hangars kind of look the same as every other hangar ever is a little bit meh. He's not, like, full of himself at all, huh?
Hello, I am ᚻᚖᚪ᚞ᚻᚢᚾᚏ. Welcome to my home.
I am glad that we actually got to see, you know, a video from the ATC. Although it's my understanding somebody has already found a way to sneak in there and find him. And that he's just a dismembered corpse. There's no arms and legs. Which is a little disturbing to me. Okay, let's see. Sorry, I got 8 million things demanding my attention right now. Hopefully that is settled. We're trying to make arrangements to get this lawnmower that I bought that doesn't start taken care of tomorrow.
Please, relax. Don't kill and invite you.
This is all kind of a little strange, but it makes me curious to see
Human person.
what the interior of the merchantman is going to look like.
You are human system and bring many items from my type in your empire and the protectorate. Please, relax. Don't kill and invite you look around. If you have things to
I really am looking forward to seeing the merchantman so that we can
welcome and thank you for your pleasant visit, human person.
so that we can you know, get a sense of what it's gonna feel like. This is that same crazy armor, just in different colors. And again, this is not my vibe at all.
Welcome and thank you for your
At least it's
pleasant
different,
visit,
right?
human person. I am recent addition to your human system and bring many items from my type in your empire and the protectorate. Please, relax. Don't kill and invite you look around. If you have things to trade, even more fun.
So what do we got to do to get this?
and thank you for your pleasant visit, human person.
Dream. Where's the rocket pack though? It doesn't look like it's got the rocket pack that the Geo's got. It needs the rocket pack, man.
Please relax. Don't kill.
I want to DFA somebody.
If you
Right.
have things to trade, even more fun.
Death from above. It's an April Fool's joke. I believe it. Port Olisar. We remember you fondly.
Welcome and thank you for your pleasant visit, human person. I am recent addition to your human system and bring many items from my time in your empire and the protectorate. Please relax. Don't kill and invite you look around. If you have things to trade,
Count Disco was here. Actual games in-game win. Big Benny's noodle working machine win, man. What's up with that?
welcome and thank you for your pleasant visit,
Oh,
human.
also a tease.
I am recent addition to you.
Gib Katana. Give me a frickin' battle axe, man. Or a warhammer. Like a maul. What is this supposed to be? Mop and bucket. Oh, man. Well, it's interesting. It's cool to see new locations, of course. Don't even get me started, man.
Welcome and thank you for
Now, if I log out, where do I log back in?
person.
That's inventory.
Recent addition
There's the
to
ship
your human
terminal.
system.
Will I log out here, or will I log out at my last login, or my last other location?
Welcome and thank you for your.
Yeah, I don't think I have it in me to do any copian hunting. I think I'm going to actually call it. It's not been a bad stream today, though. The game was mostly cooperative. We got to see some new stuff. We got to secure some loot. FPS NPC desync wasn't terrible, although still I really don't want to see the stutter step. Ship combat seemed okay. We only had one mission fail out of, I guess, 6. So it could have been worse. But let's find somebody else to send you fun folks off to that's playing Star Citizen. I think I'm going to get out of here. I got to get me some lunch. And I think I need a nap, man. I am still whooped from yesterday.
Welcome and thank you for your pleasant visit.
You know what? We're going to take the easy out. I'm going to raid Mr. Moist Noodle, who it's his fault that I got into streaming Star Citizen.
For your pleasant visit,
So we're going to raid him.
I
And I do have to cooperate. I do have to take care of some stuff with that mower tomorrow. So depending on how long it takes to get that resolved, I should be back at it tomorrow. Appreciate everybody hanging out today, though. All the love, appreciation for all of that. Appreciate the conversation more than everything. Having company while we explore Star Citizen is absolutely the high point. Thank you very much, ᚻᚖᚪ᚞ᚻᚢᚾᚏ, for the 10 bomb today. I appreciate it. And thank you very much, Tommy Chaos, for the raid earlier. I know you're not here anymore, but it's very much appreciated. I'm going to get out of here. I'm in ramble mode now, so I'm going to spare y'all most of that. Remember, stay safe and stay healthy, because being sick sucks, and I will see y'all around the verse. All the love, y'all. Thank you so much for being here today. And somewheres here is actually, there it is.
welcome and thank you.
Check out Moist Noodle if you don't know him. If you like what he's doing, drop him a follow and show him some love. I appreciate it, you guys.
Welcome and thank you for your pleasant visit, human person. I am recent addition to your human system and bring many items. Welcome and thank you for your pleasant visit, human